All right, folks, I want to welcome you to the September 16, 2024 regular meeting of the Jersey Village City Council. The time is now 7:02 p.m. Madam Secretary, is there a quorum present?
Yes.
Great. So we're calling the meeting to order. That brings us to invocation and pledge of allegiance by Jordan Ward, staff pastor at Hope Church.
Let's pray. Lord, we come to you and just thank you so much for today. We thank you for all the people that are gathered here to come and just have wisdom and leadership on our city. So I pray that you would just bless every single board member, the mayor, and management on just wisdom and insight on what is best for our town and the people that live here. And I just pray that you just bless our little town and be with us in everything that we do. In your name we pray. Amen. Now join me for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Thank you very much, Pastor. That brings us to presentations. Presentation of Employee of the Month Award for September 2024 to Amy Torres, Austin Bleak City Manager.
Mayor and councilors, Amy is unable to be with us tonight, but I'll just read briefly what was written about her in the nomination that we received. Amy, our September 2024 Employee of the Month is Amy Torres. Amy is a municipal court clerk and has been with the city since May of 23. Her dedication, professionalism, and kindness have made a lasting impact on municipal court and the community she serves. She's known for her understanding and caring nature. Amy consistently goes above and beyond to assist defendants both in person and over the phone. She demonstrates excellent communication skills, a great deal of patience, and a willingness to help others in every interaction. Her ability to handle challenging situations with empathy and respect makes her a standout in her role. Her colleague that nominated her says that Amy has set the standard for excellence in municipal court operations. Amy truly embodies what it means to serve with dedication and heart. She's not only a great court clerk, but also an outstanding example of the positive impact an individual can have within our organization. So congratulations to Amy on Employee of the Month.
Absolutely. Congratulations, Amy. That brings us to item D on the agenda, citizens' comments. Citizens who have signed a card and wish to speak to the City Council will be heard at this time in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Unless the subject matter of the comment is on the agenda, the city staff and City Council members are prevented from discussing the subject and may respond only with statements of factual information or existing policy. Citizens are limited to 5 minutes for their comments to the City Council. The first comment card I have is from Rick Faircloth.
Good evening. I'm Rick Faircloth. I live at 16010 Lakeview. You folks know me. I've been around since Moby Dick was a minnow, a long time. The item I'm going to talk about is on your agenda. It's item G4. And I realize that this is an action from the council to authorize the engineering firm to do the work on the Ecuador pedestrian bridge. All of y'all remember back after the bond election, this council made it very clear that there would be no vehicles. It would be a pedestrian bridge updated to the current that we have. With that said, I received in the mail the Jersey Village Recreation Update. And in this update, it clearly says, projects for 24-25, Ecuador Pedestrian Bridge. The current bridge is being replaced, and a new bridge will accommodate golf carts. That's a vehicle. I don't believe that's what this council agreed to. If you do that, we'll have motorcycles going across. We'll have ATVs because they come up the bayou and so forth. So I just think that what this council said and what I think you promised the residents was that there be no vehicles on this bridge. Now, whether it's new and improved and so forth, and I saw some of the concepts that was in the packet, but I think it's you need to be very clear back with the staff that there's not going to be any vehicles. So if you build a big wide bridge, you better put enough obstacles in front that it's a pedestrian bridge or somebody can walk a bicycle across or something of that variety. The other issue I have is on the upcoming pool bond. I know it's coming up in November and it's going to be on the agenda. In this same document that was published, it says a new pool design has been approved by both the bond and the Parks and Recreation Committee. I went to a couple of those, and I went to the very last one, and I think there was an approval by the bond committee on the concept of spending the money, but I don't believe any design had been approved by that bond committee. So I just want to make for the record, that's what my understanding was, that they did not approve any particular design. It was the amount of money that was going to be associated with that. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Rick. The only other comment card I have is from Kimberly A. now.
My name is Kimberly Anal, and I live at 15601 Singapore Lane. As my 36th installment in 2003, the Friends final episode aired, John Ritter passed away at 54, and newlyweds Jessica Simpson asked, "Where do buffalo wings come from, chickens or buffaloes?" Channel improvements for the White Oak Bayou bypass on the north side of the city limits towards Beltway 8 were discussed, along with the channel being deepened and enlarged, plus various bayou improvements eastward, but the work could take up to 2 years per the Harris County Flood Control Status Report. Parking problems on Village Drive led to a report that the original plat indicated a parcel of common land that was never deeded to a property owners association, as one was never formed. Since the street was designed for commercial use, cars parking made traffic dangerous, and if attractive land could be taken now for parking usage. Construction was delayed for the fire station due to roofing product problems, hopefully to be completed in April. Approval was unanimous for preliminary subdivision plats of Wallace Acres and Wyndham Lake. The city manager provided documentation to council regarding the regulations and enforcement of junk vehicles. A traffic study did not warrant the need for a stop sign on Senate Avenue's intersection with Wall Street. March council comments included Wadaki stating the Golf Course Advisory Committee was working on recommendations for detention options and how much he liked using laptops for the paperless meeting agenda. The dedication of the new fire station prompted council members Holden to congratulate EMS and Wadaki to thank Chief Hutchins for the tour and donation of the entry statue, and to the volunteers for their hard work, while Mayor Heathcock appreciated the open house and how this symbolized the spirit of Jersey Village. The Parks and Landscaping Committee reported that regulations for playground equipment have now changed since many of the structures were installed in the city's parks. As such, the current wooden items installed more than 10 years prior were showing signs of wear and deterioration, so funding for upgrades is needed. Eagle Scout member Jacob Corona made a presentation on household hazardous waste, while LaWanda House of the Harris County Stormwater Quality Section advised of October collection days for such waste. A unanimous vote was had to approve the participation agreement with Harris County for the installation of a traffic signal for Jones Road at Jersey Meadow Drive. Councilmember Wadaki had several September comments regarding speeding on 290 to print in the Star newsletter the website listing the Bayou flood gauge locations, encourage residents to buy flood insurance, ensure violation citations for dumping yard clippings into the bayou, and encourage the city to become a member of the Bayou Preservation Society. The extension of Jones Road between 290 and 529 had a drafted agreement with Harris County and for the city to secure the right-of-way and the detention sites by donation or plat with likely funding help by the county. Back to current day, our Jersey Village Police and Fire Departments will co-host their open houses from 10 to 2 on Saturday, October 12th. Take a voluntary ride in a police cruiser and see how complex a fire apparatus is. Further, our tax dollars not only pay for city services, but they also retain very awesome city staff that dedicate well beyond the typical 40 hours. And the September 2024 edition of the Jersey Village Star highlights that Lori Cootie, our city secretary since May 2008, was named to the Municipal Clerk's Honor Roll from over 400 nominations in 38 states. I just know that Carol Fox is smiling so proudly for Lori Cootie's accomplishments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kimberly. So that wraps up citizen comments. That brings us to the city manager's report. Austin Blease.
Mayor and councilors, the report's in front of you. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions from council members for the city manager?
Austin, we had a question by me the other night about the date of the next council meeting. I think that's October 14th, which is different than what we had set out to do. It is a school holiday. Maybe you can elaborate on that.
Right. The council moved that one to the second Monday due to the fact that the Civic Center will be used for early voting starting in October and then through Election Day as well. So residents can come out here to vote starting early voting through Election Day.
And this question might be for Lori, but the ballot will not only include federal and any applicable state races, but it will also include the city bond issue?
That is true. And residents can go to harrisvotes.com, and on that website you're able to look at the ballots that will be voted on during the November election.
And then anyone who's smarter than me, which could be this entire room, could correct me, but I think it's October 5th is the deadline to register for voting. So if you're not registered or have recently moved and want to re-register or just check and see if you're registered, it's October 7th. But if you do it by the 5th, you've done it in time. So thank you, Rick.
Any other questions for the city manager on his report? Okay. And that brings us to the consent agenda. Does any member of council wish to remove an item from the consent agenda for consideration during the regular agenda? If there is no item to be removed, I would entertain a motion on the consent agenda as is.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as is.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all of those in favor? All of those against? Any abstentions? The consent agenda is passed unanimously. That brings us to the regular agenda. Item G1, consider resolution number 2024-73, selecting an individual to serve on the TML Health Benefits Pool Board of Trustees, Region 14. Lori Cootie, City Secretary.
Yes, so Mayor, this is to choose the candidate to serve in that position. The two candidates that are being considered on the ballot are Frank W. Robinson, who's the council member in Shenandoah, and Joe Zimmerman, the mayor of Sugar Land, who is the incumbent. And these members serve on this board, and they consider the health benefits pools for cities.
Okay, discussion amongst council on this item.
And they also do the risk coverage, including work and compensation, liability insurance, and property insurance, and special risk coverage. Sorry.
Good to know. All right. Discussion amongst council on this item.
I have no problem renewing the nomination of the incumbent if there's no outstanding issues anyone has or has heard of.
I would support that. He sits on the HGAC board, so he's already active.
Yeah. Then without that, I will move to nominate Joe Zimmerman, Mayor of Sugar Land, as our nominee for the TML board.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second, so it's just to kind of clarify, the motion would be to approve Resolution 2024-73, designating Joe Zimmerman as the city's vote for this position. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All of those against? Any abstentions? The resolution passes unanimously. Brings us to item G2, consider resolution number 2024-74, authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with Merriman Holt Powell Architects for conceptual design services for the property being purchased by the city at 16518 Jersey Drive. Austin Blees, city manager.
Mayor and councilors, we're proposing to move forward with the conceptual design process for the church property that we're acquiring. To ensure that the space meets the functional needs of both the city and the residents, we're recommending the selection of Merriman Holt Powell Architects to assist us in envisioning the use of the property. Their expertise will guide us in making informed decisions that align with our city's goals and operational requirements. They're very familiar with the site as they helped the church vision the property for their needs several years ago. They also helped design some of the buildings on site. They've worked with churches and local governments for many years. The scope of services includes a comprehensive approach to conceptual design, which will be executed in several steps. These will include regular meetings with the designated city working committee, interviews with staff and stakeholders to understand the space needs, and a thorough analysis of the existing site and the buildings. They'll develop floor plan options, generate 3D views of the selected design, and provide recommendations for utilities and stormwater management in collaboration with the civil engineer. Additionally, they will assist with selecting a qualified general contractor and help develop a preliminary budget based on construction cost estimates. Total costs for those services are $22,000 plus additional expenses such as mileage and printing, which are expected to be incurred after October 1st. Funding for this work is already allocated in the CIP for the upcoming fiscal year. If the initial conceptual design is successful and meets our expectations, we may consider using them for construction design drawings, which will be based on a percentage of the construction costs. That will be brought to council for approval at that time as well. So the detailed scope of work is attached in here as well. If council approves this proposal, we'll start a kickoff meeting with them, and we believe that partnering with these guys will help us ensure that the new city hall is functional, efficient, and reflective of our city's needs.
All right, great. Discussion amongst council on this item.
I like the word kickoff. A question, and this may be item 3, but are we still doing a review, I don't know what the term is I'm looking for. Assessment. Of the structural soundness and all of that sort of thing. So would this be contingent on that kind of passing muster and getting kind of the thumbs up that...
Right, getting through that. So the next item, you're right, it was the property condition assessment, and obviously we can't make it too invasive of an assessment at this point until we actually own the property, but we could certainly bring Terracon's the proposed company on the next item to come back and do a more invasive assessment on the buildings, assuming they don't find anything very scary in this initial one that we would hire them for.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-74.
I'll second that.
Just out of curiosity, though, should we approve the other? Should we talk about the other one first and then consider approving this before we have a kickoff meeting? Because it talks about having a kickoff meeting this week or next week. Should we not go through the process of making sure that the building is sound before we spend this money?
So the property condition assessment would take about 15 days. I think part of the process of the conceptual design that process is supposed to take 5 months. So there's plenty of time to get the property condition assessment, know what that is before we get too deep into any conceptual design items.
I think the main issue is going to be a matter of timing, because we're approving both now. We wouldn't come back around until next month for approval of any contract. At least this way you get the contract approved, it's there and available. If there's a major issue found, I think that, because we're also not talking about, if I'm reading this correctly, the contract for the conceptual design, we're talking about $22,000. So it's a meager amount compared to the overall project here. But we do need to have at least the contract in place so that they can begin work once the review is done of the suitability of the property.
I completely understand that, but the memo says a kickoff meeting later this week. So to me, that sounds like we're already designing before we know whether or not it's structurally sound.
Kickoff meeting would not entail a design. A kickoff meeting would simply be a process of determining what the schedule would be, which would probably also include consideration of the schedule for engineers to go in and evaluate the buildings.
I thought that was for the second one. This is about, it says right here, it says design, conceptual design process.
Yeah, I'm just saying that I think that the kickoff meeting for the conceptual design would include consideration of the fact that there's a need for the engineers to go in and check the buildings before beginning the conceptual design. We shouldn't think about this as if they're going off simultaneously. A kickoff meeting generally for a contract just is intended only to set forth the plans going forward, not to mean that they're going to be off to the races.
I guess the way I'm reading it is that we're going to spend $22,000 before we decide it's structurally sound. And maybe I'm reading it wrong, but that's what it looks like to me. If I'm reading it wrong, somebody tell me.
Be spending a full $22,000 before the 15 days are up that we get the assessment back from from Terracon. We would be starting that process, having some of those stakeholder meetings, having some of that input as to what we would need to see in that type of thing. If Terracon comes back and says the property's in horrible shape, it's about to fall down, don't buy it, that obviously would change the conversation on the whole purchase of it, because we're still within our 60 days of due diligence there. If council wants to push back the kickoff meeting, we're happy to do that. We'll do whatever council wishes. But that process for conceptual design will take at least 5 months, and there's several steps that you could go through without having to know what the property condition was truly in at the moment.
What's the next step after the kickoff meeting? And what is the kickoff meeting going to roughly cost? I mean, out of the $22K.
It would be 2 hours, with their staff time, a couple $100 would be my guess for a kickoff meeting. We'd kind of talk about schedules, expectations, those types of things, and we'd schedule the next meeting, which would probably be within about 2 weeks or so, to start talking about needs that the staff would have, council, those types of things. Then we would get into more of the larger stakeholder meetings, probably towards later October would be my assumption.
I'm not by any means saying that it's not necessary we do this. I do think this needs to be done. It was more of just the timing, and that we're doing steps in the right order and not spending money unnecessarily.
I mean, at $200, I don't think that's and the risk of something coming back bad, I'd hope is low. I don't know. I'm not a structural engineer. So if we could perhaps do the initial and then delay anything else until we get that report, maybe, and have an out clause inside this contract, thank you, with the design group, I think that wouldn't alter the schedule too much, and it would probably be wise just as a risk mitigation.
I struggle with committing to $22,000 before knowing more in whole. If it's committing to a few $100, absolutely not a problem. But if it's $22,000 without knowing,
would it be a lump sum of 22 up front?
Well, that's what I don't know.
And it would be. No, I mean, they'd be billed based upon hours or of percentage of a contract. If we got to 10% in through the project, I think we could have an out clause there that would say, this building, we're actually not buying this building, or whatever that would be. But we could add something like that in there for sure.
I assume this would be an introduction to all the parties, setting future meetings. We're going to meet once a month in the beginning, or that's kind of what I was assuming this first meeting was about.
When would, if there was an approval for Terracon, then would they be coming in before or after?
So Terracon could get started within a few days, and then they would be about 15 days before their final reports would be issued. So we'd be looking roughly October 1st or so for their final reports. So we could push everything back, 2 weeks if we wanted to. It's not that big of a deal, whatever council wishes.
So we could condition approval of the contract contingent upon whatever the structural engineers identify.
Favorable assessment. Yeah.
Is that something we can do? I would feel more comfortable doing that personally. I think it's a smarter choice with the money.
So I think we need to modify the...
Yeah, I don't think it would kick back the time of the project too much to wait those 15 days.
So whoever...
So modify the motion.
Yeah, who made the original motion, sorry.
I'm sorry. I'll motion to approve resolution, where are we at? 2024-75. Are we at 2024-74, allowing the city manager to enter into agreement, modifying the date till after completion of the assessment mentioned in resolution 2024-75.
Does that work? Then I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those against? Any abstentions? The resolution passes unanimously. That brings us to item G3, consider resolution number 2024-75, authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with Terracon for assessment services for the property being purchased by the city at 16518 Jersey Drive. Austin Blease, city manager.
Mayor and councilors, this proposal is from Terracon to conduct a property condition assessment, asbestos inspection, and mold inspection on the property. This would be a visual inspection involving the visual inspection provide a general opinion on the condition of the building and the site improvements. The assessment will not include testing materials, operating equipment, or the detailed code compliance. It is not designed to be a comprehensive inspection, but aims to highlight the significant maintenance issues in the building conditions. It'll also develop a table of immediate repair costs, identifying any critical repairs that need to bring the property to a safe and habitable condition, covering anything that poses health, safety, or marketability concerns or deferred maintenance, those types of things. They'll also come up with a capital reserve cost estimate for things that might need to be replaced over the next 10 years. The cost for that piece is $15,200. The scope for services for the asbestos survey is to do a visual assessment on the accessible areas of the interior buildings to identify areas that they suspect might contain asbestos, such as the thermal system, surfacing materials, and miscellaneous materials like floor tiles, building materials, or anything like that. They will physically assess those areas that they suspect for friability and evidence of damage or degradation, and collect bulk samples for lab analysis. They'll do that under all of the US EPA certifications that are required. Obviously, anything that's not easily visible, they won't be able to find because it's not a very intrusive thing. The cost for the asbestos one is $14,150. For the mold assessment, they would do that in coordination with the American Industrial Hygiene Association, the field guides, doing a visual assessment of the accessible areas, including the documenting temperature, humidity, carbon dioxide levels in the buildings. In addition, they'll collect spore trap air samples in various locations to help determine if any mold is there. Terracon proposes up to 25 air samples and will include at least 2 air samples from outside as well for comparison purposes. Cost for that is $4,950. So the total cost for all 3 of the proposals is $34,300. The inspection will begin upon approval. Terracon expecting to deliver a draft report within 15 days and a final report within 5 days after that. So we would anticipate having all of those by October 18th, likely earlier. That timeline would have aligned well with the conceptual design phase, but we will obviously wait for the conceptual design until after that happens. It'll give us a better understanding of what the condition is of the church property and help us make informed decisions as to the future use design and necessary improvements.
Okay, discussion amongst council on this item.
This is the part that, man, I want to make sure is done well. Specifically, the first scope, the property condition assessment. I know in the asbestos and mold, they said they won't necessarily look at things behind walls or things that are not easily seen. But for the property condition assessment, I feel like there's some portions that would almost be necessary. I mean, is there any way around, if we know that we're going to tear down a wall or we're really looking into the integrity of a certain room? I'm thinking of just the very much older rooms. Like at the golf course, we had the surprise of the rusted things that really, really ate into our budget. That was unexpected.
And that's where once we own the property, we could do the more invasive things. We could ask the church if we can tear down walls and see beams if we want to, but that's going to impact the resale of the property if something turns up that we don't buy it. I don't think that they would go for it in that case, but getting a full view of everything once we get to the construction document side of things is definitely going to be necessary. But for this point, to get a full visual inspection of everything, I don't know if that's going to be feasible.
I didn't mean like full beams, but if there's something that looks more obvious of it might be a problem behind it, maybe a small patch. Just an idea.
I mean, I think this is money well spent to make sure that we're not stepping into something that's going to cost us more money than we had envisioned or anticipated. I think that what's being done will give us a good indication one way or the other. I mean, we're always going to run the risk, but at least I think from at least a mold standpoint, I know that just the air quality itself is going to be a very good indication of what there may be. So I'm definitely for this.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2024-75.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Just before we go on, Austin, one quick question about that. In layman's terms, this is kind of like a home inspection, effectively?
Correct, yep.
Any other questions or discussion before we move to a vote? Okay. All of those in favor? All of those against? Any abstentions? The resolution passes unanimously. That brings us to item G4, consider resolution 2024-76, authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with Renfro and CO for the Ecuador pedestrian bridge structural design for the bridge foundations, concrete bridge deck, and bridge structure. Robert Bassford, Assistant City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. At the June 2024 Council meeting, Council approved City Manager to enter agreement with the PEA Group for the pedestrian bridge conceptual design, construction docks, bidding, and construction services. Our boundary and topo survey have been complete, as well as the conceptual planning of the bridge, and staff has worked with PEA to vet 3 bridge companies for the structural portion of this project. This item is to authorize the city manager to enter an agreement with Renfro & Co. for the structural design for the foundations, the concrete deck, and the bridge structure itself. The pedestrian bridge was an approved project in the 2023 bond election, and this new design will revitalize a heavily traveled bridge by Jersey Village residents, accessing parks and local schools. The total cost for this design proposal included in this resolution is $19,628, which includes the final bridge concept, the design for the foundation, concrete deck, and the bridge span drawings to accompany the civil set of construction documents on the project. The overall project range right now currently sits between $500,000 and $650,000, including the design proposals from PEA and this one from Renfro & Co.
Okay, discussion amongst council on this.
Can somebody, bringing up a comment made by a citizen that pertains to this, can somebody tell me when it was, since it was printed, when it was decided that golf carts would be allowed on the pedestrian bridge?
So nothing's been set in stone, but there was discussion about having the width of the bridge. The width of the bridge would be about 9 feet. They wanted bollards in the middle to prevent cars. they didn't see a problem with like mowers or like a emergency vehicle like our side-by-sides that the fire department or police department have, or golf carts, but we can most certainly keep golf carts off of that bridge if possible.
I mean, me personally, I would not want to see golf carts on a pedestrian bridge because golf carts are supposed to be for the road. They're not supposed to be on our walking trails. They're not supposed to be drawn up into our parks and things like that. I mean, that's my personal opinion. All of the ones along the bayou trails where the pedestrian bridges are all have those posts in the middle to prevent golf carts and other ATVs and things like that. For what it's worth.
I agree. I agree with Jennifer.
I mean, when I took the girls to school at Post, there's a decent amount of golf carts that do drop off their kids. I don't see a problem with them using the pedestrian bridge because it gives good access to that whole chunk at the front of Jersey Village to the school. Otherwise, they have to go so far around and interrupt where the buses are, and I feel like it's an easier pathway. I don't have very strong opinions about it, but I do think it would be something that would be utilized. And of the bridges that I know are the places that the golf carts are allowed to use, I haven't seen any misuse of the other items, the motorcycles or ATVs that I know of. But I feel like most of our moms just look for an easy way to drop off their little nuggets, and if crossing that bridge gives them a little safer choice of being in traffic, I think it would be a good, safe option.
I guess I'll be honest, I look at it from the fact, so I've been over there at Post when people are taking their ATVs and their motorcycles up and down the Bayou bike trail. And I've seen them cross the, not with ATV, I don't think it's wide enough, but for the motorcycles, I do see them crossing that rickety bridge. Golf carts, they're supposed to be on the road. They've got the license plates or whatever we call it, the registration to be on the road. I think that's a safety issue, personally.
I would tend to agree. There are some golf carts that go 10 miles an hour, and there are some golf carts that go 45 miles an hour. So, I mean, you can't necessarily regulate the speed, and it's very difficult to, police who's driving the golf carts. And so I would have preferred to, based on my commute in the morning, I would have preferred to have a vehicle bridge there, but we've passed that point. So I would say if we're going to make it a pedestrian and no automated vehicles at all.
I'd also like to ask, before stuff like that gets printed, can we make sure it's stuff that's actually been made, decisions have been made on to maybe prevent, confusion?
Absolutely.
Also, now that I'm thinking a little bit more, if they were not allowed to be on the path down the bayou, then it would be confusing for them to be able to use just this patch and not any other.
Yeah.
We can always, if it's wide enough for golf carts, say no golf carts, and then revisit it later if it becomes a safety issue for traffic management.
I suggest that for schools, though, they could park on Ecuador at the end of the street, parallel park or whatnot, and then walk across. I would see that we could for emergency purposes, if that's a concern, we could have pillars at the end to block access, except in the event for emergency services to cross over with that. I'm not sure if the chiefs would see a need for access to Ecuador over the bridge somehow via motorized vehicle. That can be considered, and I hope your viewpoint are considered in the design of that. But I think other motorized vehicles we'd probably want to steer away from. No pun intended.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if state law actually allows for golf carts to be on a bridge of that sort, because it is inherently a pedestrian bridge. It would be different if it had been built as part of the road, but it's still going to be inherently a pedestrian path, like a sidewalk. That being said, to the point of emergency vehicles and things of that nature, for the purpose of engineering, I don't think we should limit sort of how they view it or how they look at it, keeping in mind that at the end of the day, we're still going to regulate how it's used, even if it's engineered differently. So if there are ideas or possibilities, for example, for allowing emergency services to be able to use it in some way, I mean, obviously you're not driving an ambulance over it, but, you know, some of the other vehicles that our emergency services use are a little bit more portable and might be able to make use of that. But certainly it's definitely good to walk through that and make sure that people know that we're not just letting anything run across that bridge that wants to run across that bridge. We want to make sure we keep it safe.
But we definitely need the bridge design, and this group looks like they've done really nice work from their brochure. I mean, I have no problems with the selection of the bridge. I just want to make sure we're clear on the scope.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, if there's no further discussion, I'd entertain a motion at this time.
I will motion to approve Resolution 2024-76, authorizing the city manager to enter into agreement with Renfau & Co.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all of those in favor? All of those against? Any abstentions? The resolution passes unanimously. That brings us to item G5, discuss and take appropriate action concerning the progress being made by the owners of the property located at 15830 Northwest Freeway, Jersey Village, Texas, to correct the substandard structure at this location. Misha Johnson, Community Development Manager.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Maisha Johnson, Community Development Manager. On January 22nd, 2024, the City Council did declare the structure at 15830 Northwest Freeway as substandard, and since we have been getting reports from Speedy Stop, tonight we have Todd Trogett here to give us an update on the property.
Good evening. Since last we met, we've completed the roof installation. We are putting new soffit and fascia panels on, and that's the top, front, and sides. When we took the old ones off, the structure was substandard, so we had to kind of back up and fix a lot of that. The panels that are going on, there was a problem with the manufacturing of those, and just today I approved an alternate manufacturer to go ahead with, so we can, instead of 6 weeks out, they're like a week and a half out. So the next thing you'll see going on there is the soffit and fascia panels. I do have the water meter ordered we have to buy that through y'all, the City of Jersey Village. And as soon as that comes in, I have a plumber online to put in our underground water. And as soon as that's done, we'll begin paving the site and then follow up with paint. So that's where we are. Are there any questions?
Questions from council?
Do you have a tenant lined up yet?
A tenant? No, ma'am. Not that I'm aware of.
And the work that started before me being on council, but was there ever a consideration to tear it down before you started doing all this work?
Yes, ma'am. They upper management in my office made the decision to rehab the building and either sell it or lease it out. But tearing it down was on the table for consideration. Any other questions?
If I can recall correctly, the reason they didn't want to tear it down is they would lose driveway space. I'm trying to remember. Driveway space behind it.
They have to reset the location.
Yeah, and it wasn't feasible.
They would lose the driveway space in the back?
Like the setback, yeah, behind it, because
that back would change.
If they modified the structure, it would change. Therefore, they would lose some square feet. if I can recall that correctly. That's why they did that. We also advocated for that.
So just to kind of summarize status, right? And I appreciate you coming out and
yes, sir.
spending the time
Certainly.
with us tonight. Roof decking and then the water meter installed. Do you think that can happen I guess, before the next 4 weeks?
I assume so. I really don't know the schedule on that. We order it through the city of Jersey Village, and when it comes in, they let us know and we put it in. So I'm going to work on checking the status on that.
I know the leader of Public Works. I'll put in a good word for you.
Okay.
But then once all the structure is done, then we'll paint the sides and then.
Yes, sir. Paint it inside and out. Basically, make a nice, clean white box.
And somewhere along the way, you think your real estate side is fine, looking for a tenant, or we'll start posting for that?
Yes. I don't know if the decision's been made to sell it or lease it yet. I don't think that's been fully finalized, but that's what they're working on. And I'm not in those meetings, so I can't really tell you much more about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate the updates, and I mean, it sucks to have to redo a whole component of it, but it seems like it might be better for the long run if you do lease it out. I do have one question. Are you gearing it towards a certain type of what you're looking? I know you don't. You said you didn't have a tenant, but are you gearing it towards a certain type of industry or type of?
I'm sorry, I'm just not involved in those discussions. If I can get more information, I'll be here next month. Maybe I'll have an answer for you.
I think that's the question we get most from the citizens about this property is it going to be a coffee shop? Is it going to, they just wanted to know, something like that.
Okay. I'll see what I can find out.
And I will say, I mean, as interesting as that information is, and I know people are always very interested in everything that's going on in this city, our job was, we saw a structure that was substandard. It's less substandard. It's gradually bubbling its way up to standard. So I appreciate that progress. Our goal is to get it to standard. What they do with it from there is up to our zoning ordinances and their business decision. So appreciate the update. Certainly, we're in a better position than we were before all this started. So that's a good thing.
Yes, sir. I wish it was going a little bit faster, but
sure.
we're working through the issues and stuff.
Well, you've had 2 major windstorms, so if you can keep that fence upright, that's I guess a good thing. So, okay. Unless anyone else has any other questions about their progress on the substandard versus standard. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. That brings us to mayor and council comments. I'm going to start down at this end with Councilmember McCray.
Nope.
Short and sweet. Councilmember Rossi.
Okay, well, I attended the grand opening for the new child care facility, the Learning Experience, and I'm really excited to see that they're here. I'd like to congratulate Miss Amy Torres. I know she's not here. Also, let's see. For the residents, I receive questions every once in a while. If you're not signed up for the Jersey Village News and Update emails that come out, they're really informative, and there have been some highlights on tax and budget matters that I think are super bite-sized and really easy to comprehend, and I really encourage you to sign up for them if you haven't done that. The Brewfest is coming up. Pretty excited about that. 2 right-hand lane turns are coming up on Village Green. And as always, I'd like to thank our city services, our police and fire department. Thank you.
Councilmember Watson.
Connie, Councilmember Rossi mentioned a few events. There's tons of them. You can find them on the city website, in the play guide. One that is also coming up the weekend before the next council meeting is Police and Fire Open House, which is a great event. Come in, get put in jail, ride a fire truck inside the cab, not hanging on to the back. But I don't know. Do you let people? No, okay. And yeah, I don't know if they get to go down the pole. No. Okay. Anyway, but it's open. You get to see it. It's cool. You can act like a kid again, and bring your kids. The other thing I wanted to mention was we talked a little bit about it when we talked to the city manager. Election day is coming up. The bond issue is on the ballot. It's extremely important that you're well informed for it. I know the city has a website with all the information the bond committee considered, the concepts they considered that helped them lead to that amount that they chose to put on the bond, and a reminder that if the bond is authorized, the city council does not have to authorize that full spend amount. And the last thing I want to mention is we're all up here. We're all volunteers. We're all up doing this as individuals, but back home we have a spouse and family that make tremendous sacrifices on our behalf. And tonight's my wife's birthday, so I wanted to wish her a happy birthday, Jill.
Councilmember Shepherd.
I can't believe I have to follow that, but I've got nothing.
Mayor Pro Tem Mitchum.
Happy birthday, Jill. Thank you for loaning us Drew for the night. I also want to say, look at James. He finished up here, and he has been at every single council meeting. I love seeing your face still. I wanted to say, great job on the restaurant week, the foodie week in Jersey Village. I don't know if anybody was able, if everybody was able to go out, but it was so much fun. I hope we do that again next year. And then I wanted to give a thank you to JVPD on behalf of Launch Pediatric Therapy, Rose Roofing, Life Cycle Power, Senate Avenue, and Little Kitchen. We had a string of car break-ins, maybe 3-4 weeks in a row, some smash and grab, and they really dialed up their presence in the area, and they were able to apprehend the subject or the suspect today. So we were all very, very thankful for our cars being protected and our safety. So thank you so much on behalf of the entire building.
All right. And there were a lot of mention of events. I'm going to add one more. October 1st is National Night Out. So if you are hosting a party on your block, let JVPD know. They do a great job of making sure that they make a visit by your party so you can get to know your local law enforcement officers. Maybe there'll be a member or two of council tagging along to come visit and say hi. But it's always a good opportunity to get out, meet your neighbors, and that is by far one of the most important things you can do to help keep your neighborhood safe is to know your neighbors, get to know each other, and so you can keep an eye out for one another. So that's definitely a good event. Highly encourage everyone to participate. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move into executive session. Council is now going to retire to a closed session at 7:56 p.m. pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.072, deliberations about real property, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.074, personnel matters in connection with the following items. Item 1, pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, Section 551.072, deliberations about real property, and Section 551.071, consultations with attorney, a closed meeting to deliberate the possible purchase, exchange, or value of real property related thereto. Item 2, pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.074, conduct an executive session in order to deliberate the appointment of public officers to the city's various boards, commissions, and committees. Item 3, pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.074, personnel matters, conduct an executive session in order to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of the city secretary. Item 4, pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551.074, personnel matters, conduct an executive session in order to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of the city manager. We will return to open session and continue with the remainder of tonight's agenda after the closed session deliberations are concluded. Okay, the closed session was adjourned at 10:53 p.m. and no official action or vote was conducted during the closed session. That brings us to item L1, discuss and take appropriate action on items discussed in executive session regarding the potential and possible purchase, exchange, sale, or value of real property related thereto. Austin, I don't think we have any action that we need to take on that? Okay, great. That brings us to L2, consider resolution number 2024-77, appointing members to the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee, the Board of Adjustment, the Building Board of Adjustment and Appeals, the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee, and the Golf Course Advisory Committee. And just to speed things up, I would entertain a motion at this time to adopt the resolution with the names as discussed in executive session.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? All of those against? Any abstentions? The resolution passes unanimously. Item L3, consider setting the city secretary's compensation for budget year 2024-2025. I would entertain a motion at this time.
I move that we, as discussed in executive session, increase the city secretary's salary by 3%.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all of those in favor? All of those against? Any abstentions? The motion passes unanimously. That brings us to L4. Consider setting the city manager's compensation for budget year 2024-2025 and consider employment agreement amendments. I would entertain a motion at this time.
I move that we set the city manager's salary with an increase of 3% and with the amendments to the contract as discussed in executive session.
I'll make a motion to...
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll have a second, please.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I know it's late. All of those in favor? All of those against? Just want to make sure, is that an against or an... It's an against. Okay, just make sure. All right. And no abstentions? Okay, the motion passes. All right, with that, meeting adjourned.